winds that are out there. This is strong. Northwestern Iowa, especially the northern 2 tiers of counties, just going crazy right now. All right, we're getting into radar mode. And I do need to keep track of what's going on a particular post. There is just a lot happening. I shared a video. If you want to check it out, it's also on my Facebook page. X, Instagram, it's all there. Just insane winds up around Sioux Center. This is where a 99 mile per hour wind gust came out. And so I want to keep track of that just to see if there's any additional reports coming out. Okay, here we go. Let's track a little bit. Let's get our warnings up, and I'll highlight those for you. First is going to be Emmett, Kossuth, Palo Alto until 11:45. This has the 80 mile per hour wind tag on it, and also tornado possible. Little spin-ups what we're watching. I don't think there's anything imminent as I look at the radar picture right now, but right along the leading edge of this line, certainly little spin-up tornadoes will be possible along it. I think we lose that threat with time, but we have seen a couple of tornado warnings back into Siouxland a little bit earlier. Let me just get the details of the southern warning up: Calhoun, Humboldt, Pocahontas, Webster County until 11:45. The southern end of this line isn't quite as potent with the wind. I think it's tagged 70 miles per hour. I'd probably put it closer to 60 the way things are being exhibited right now based on a radar picture. And here's why. The strongest velocity turns are definitely coming in the northern 2 tiers of counties. So we get up there towards Spencer, up to the Spirit Lake area. So that's one thing we're watching. We're getting out of my territory, so I want to get my cheat sheet. So we get into, let's see, O'Brien and Osceola counties. I think I misspoke. A lot of wind damage in Lyon and Sioux counties earlier. But you do see the strongest wind right here out of east of Hartley towards Spencer, right along Highway 18. There is a little bit of a vortex happening right here as this one passes into Dickinson County. It's more evident on the radar picture as well. You can see where it curls back kind of on itself. There's a definite swirl right here. This can help locally intensify that wind. And if I take the scope, you should see that stronger wind is almost lined up directly above that vortex. So this is a highly localized area where I think we could certainly still be hitting 80 miles per hour on that wind. Let's go ahead and sample it. This is going to be aloft, mind you, so keep this in mind. This is not at the surface. This is going to be, heck, it's even 13,000 feet up, but it's hinting at 70 plus miles per hour. Earlier, these were screaming. You look at some of these marks coming in back here as it was further to the west. It was more widespread. That MCV kind of pulling up, I think the strongest wind, a little bit more of a northerly component. Say heads up towards Esterville, Spirit Lake, down through Milford, Spencer, and out to the east. That's where the worst of it is. So I'd say northern 2 tiers of counties. I see a lot of people asking about Algona, so that would include you in Kossuth County on down the line. North of the border, we just don't have anything of substance as far as that potent wind. Not to say it can't happen, but I think we're overall going to see a southern movement to the storms overall in the end. Now, we do have a potent line of storms across the border up into Minnesota, towards Owatonna, stretching up through Red Wing, pushing south and east. So these warnings are going to be for 70 miles per hour, and then I believe that one out ahead, Dodge Mower, Olmsted County, is going to be for 60 miles per hour. Yeah, it is. So keep an eye on that as well, but definitely the show has been down here over northern Iowa, northwestern Iowa. I want to show you the reports that we've seen coming in so far. Again, if you want to drop a comment, you sure can. Ooh, crazy. Just drop it into the Chris Kubal meteorologist page or the local 5 page. All right, so we got Spencer Airport gusting to 87 miles per hour. That's crazy. Let's highlight some of these gusts. There's some very potent ones. 99 miles per hour towards Sioux Center. And I have a powerful video on my Facebook page if you want to check it out. And then near Orange City, 92. This northern segment has been hitting up towards 80 near Rock Rapids. And I believe this one's 75, 72 miles per hour. So it's potent. Spencer is checking in at 87 miles per hour. I'll get the wind gusts up here. There it is. This is legit, folks. This is as legit as it comes. So that's what we're watching as it moves its way eastward. So the worst of the impacts are surrounding this MCV and the spin associated with it as it kind of comes back around to the north and to the west. One second here. I'm going to get my loop going of all the radar and watches and warnings in central Iowa. That way you can keep tabs on that as well as it comes in. 63 up in Lake Park. That is one heck of a potent cell as well. Down here, Storm Lake to 60. So yeah, we are hitting that 60 mile per hour threshold as this one comes into Pocahontas County. So heads up for that. We did do a cut-in online or on air, and we'll continue to cut in as necessary on air, but we'll keep it here with the coverage for now. As this potent line continues to move through. This is powerful. Big old storm moving through. How about Indianola and Warren County? I think you're kind of on the southern edge of this. I don't expect significant wind to reach down quite that far. I think the most potent activity stays in these northern 3 tiers of counties, at least for the next hour or so, but notice there is definitely some southern movement along with this. All right, I'm just checking in with the Weather Service. Palo Alto, Ruthven is at 62 miles per hour. Okay. All right, we just got a new warning in, so I'm going to have to jump on air as well. I'll go ahead and keep my mic open for the time being. But we're going to have to go on air with some extended coverage on this one. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, friends. Yeah, you can come out on 4 if you want. All right, friends, I'm back with you. We're getting ready to go on air. Give me one moment, and we'll do that. And again, take my vMix feed, please. Not Max 2 this time. Yep. All right, friends. Got to get the logistics going, and we're going to go on for some long form coverage as well. Even though the worst of it is outside of the local 5 area, we're into the overnight, so a lot of people being woken up, and we want to continue to let people know. All right, let's go. Hi there, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, continuing to track severe weather across northern Iowa. We do have newly issued severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Let's take you to the radar picture and we'll show you what we have. Newly issued under severe thunderstorm warning is down into Carroll County, stretching up through Webster, as well as getting into Calhoun County as well. So this is extending to various points over the next hour all along this line. I will tell you the most potent section of the line is across the northern 2 tiers of counties in Iowa. So especially up towards the Spencer area, actually a wind gust just to 87 miles per hour coming out of that one. And then, let's see, we also got up into Ruthven, 62 miles per hour. That is in Palo Alto County. So this is certainly producing some very strong wind, especially up here in the northern 2 tiers of counties. So this one just getting into Emmitsburg up through Esterville with that strong wind. This severe thunderstorm warning is in place for 80 mile per hour winds. And while it does say tornado possible tag on this, I'm not seeing anything evident on radar to suggest there is an imminent threat for a tornado, but kind of in the setup that we're looking at, we'll be watching for some spin-ups along the leading edge of this line. Now it does extend further to the south, and that's the area that we're going to be focused on. This severe thunderstorm warning for Pocahontas, Humboldt, northern Webster, and getting into northern Calhoun County is in place until 11:45. This is tagged for 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and then moving to the south, this southern warning is tagged for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So very evident that the strongest section of this line is up over northern Iowa. So right along the Pocahontas, getting into a Palo Alto County line is where the strongest thunderstorm winds are being measured and observed. So we take a look at the velocity signal, and it is overall very messy in there, but you can see the peaking colors. That's where we have the strongest of the wind signal coming back. So anywhere from Spencer to Emmitsburg up through Esterville and Spirit Lake. And you notice those colors aren't quite as potent as you move down closer to, say, the Storm Lake area. Getting into Pocahontas, there are some local impulses in there as well. Let me just show you the wind gusts. I'll go ahead and pull these up, and then we'll get back to that velocity data that is new and incoming in here. But we did have a 60 mile per hour wind gust reported out of Storm Lake, but look it up towards Spencer, 86, Lake Park, 63. This one actually has a history of 99 mile per hour winds back towards the Sioux Center area. So this has a potent history, and when it comes down to it, it can take down trees and power lines, and that is especially what we'll be watching, especially over Pocahontas County. Our northern edge really looks like that's where the strongest will be. So what I'm going to do here, just briefly, I want to show you the power outages that we have right now going on over northwestern Iowa. And you can see those colorings in Buena Vista County. Out of the 7,700 customers tracked, almost 40% of them are without power. Clay County, 460 without power, and it gets worse further into northwestern Iowa. So this is a signal that this is a potent, ultimately potent line of storms that is moving through. And we're going to continue to track it for you as it makes its way through. With that 60 mile per hour wind gusts in Storm Lake, that gives us ground truth that we are seeing significant wind in that southern half of this Boeing segment. And 86 up there towards Spencer, that's something to be reckoned with. You will see significant damage in that kind of an instance. What I'm going to do is track this for you. This is moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So this one is moving swiftly. to the east, and it's almost due east, but there is some southern development to this line overall. Taking a look at the next in line to see it, Pocahontas here any minute. We're expecting it to be in your hometown, and then continuing on down the line towards Rockwell City at 11:14, Barnum at 11:23, and then Humboldt at 11:27, Fort Dodge, you're kind of riding the southern edge of this line by 11:35, Eagle Grove at 11:47, and Clarion at 11:57. Okay, if you want to jump in on the action, you certainly can. You can text us 515-457-1026. You can share any reports or pictures you'd like with us, but of course your safety is paramount. You can also join in on the conversation. We are monitoring our comments on Facebook Live, Chris Kubal, meteorologist, and also the Local 5 page as well. Significant winds along this line. I think there will ultimately be a southerly component movement to this line as it continues on, and I think that's done through development, not necessarily that the strongest area of wind, which is definitely found up there towards the Spencer, Emmitsburg area right now. I think that's the worst of it. I think that continues along an easterly trajectory as we continue on with time. So what we have is our thunderstorm energy, and we typically see those established line of storms. Let me get them on the map here for us. These established storms typically follow the thunderstorm energy gradient. And I'll tell you, these storms up into southern Minnesota are already moving at a southeasterly trajectory. So what I expect here is ultimately these storms that are established to take more of a southeasterly jaunt. And that's why we actually do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place that kind of has that buffer off that strongest wind down south. It actually includes the Des Moines metro. And we may be clipped by storms, but I really expect the worst of the impacts to stay far to the north. Just coming in with a recent wind report. Let me check this one for you. Actually, that's an older one, Ruthven 262. That's up next to Emmitsburg. A new report out of the Spencer Airport of 92 miles per hour with sustained wind at 67. So that's saying at that instantaneous peak, actually I think it's a 3-second peak that they're looking at 92 miles per hour, but sustained, that means on average that wind sustained long-term duration 67 miles per hour. So this is an exceptional warning here that is in place over northern Iowa, just outside the Local 5 area. So just checking in on the warnings that we have in place. They are unchanged at this point, with the most destructive activity coming in right around Highway 18 in northern Iowa. We did have a wind report from Storm Lake to 60, and I think that's generally how things are going to go with time. That most intense line is up there towards about Highway 18 at this point. There are some stronger impulses of wind in here over Pocahontas County as well. So likely getting in on that strongest wind, potentially as high as 60 miles per hour. We're seeing some radar guidance suggesting that that wind is checking in anywhere in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. Unfortunately, that's going to be at a height of about 12,000 feet, so it makes it difficult to really get a glance at what's happening on the lowest levels of the atmosphere when you start getting that far away from the radar picture. It gets up pretty darn high. We're actually sampling around 9 to 10,000 feet. So big difference there in the grand scheme of things. A lot that is missed, but some of this wind can be propelled down to the surface. And as far as that tornado possible tag, these are kind of the little couplets we're going to be watching. If these can intensify here, sometimes that can yield a brief spin-up tornado that's already been observed in northwestern Iowa with a radar-confirmed tornado via the debris detector. We could actually see some of that debris lofted up in the air, and that was way back towards the Sioux Center area earlier as well. Okay, so we are tracking this activity across northern Iowa, definitely along Highway 18, points northwards towards Estherville, going to be the most potent as far as that wind at the moment. We're going to pull up the wind gusts, and they'll be popping up on screen. It's a lot of data to load. So those northern 3 tiers of counties, we have some pretty potent wind checking in. 60 south of Storm Lake, 52 in Storm Lake, 56 east of Spencer, and this is the latest report. It's not quite updated yet. 92 out of the Spencer Airport, and 50 up through Milford, 59 in Lake Park. That was 63 miles per hour earlier. And then you get down into this little smattering of cells south of Storm Lake. And while gusty with the wind, it's not near as potent as what the signal is showing here with these strong velo returns coming in around Emmetsburg right now. So this is catastrophic type wind, and I don't use that term loosely, but anytime you're talking about those sustained winds getting up there around 90 miles per hour, it is intense and it can be extreme. Okay, so we're tracking the storm for you very closely. I will say there's nothing imminent for the Des Moines Metro at this point as far as significant wind coming your way. This is right on the northern edge and up into north central Iowa with the strongest of the wind returns popping into view, and they are significant. Again, you can jump in on the action if you want. If you have any reports you'd like to pass along with us, just shoot us a text, 515-457-1026. Again, that's 515-457-1026, and you can certainly join in on the conversation as well. Just watching the situation here, it's extreme wind up there into northern Iowa. This is a very potent line of storms. We knew the setup would favor extreme winds today, and it's certainly started to come to fruition. So I do expect this line to continue moving eastward to about the I-35 corridor, and then it'll start to take its dive a little bit further to the south, and that's purely based on kind of the setup that I'm looking at with the overall advancement of this line. So these are long fuse warnings, trying to get out ahead of this. Perhaps some of you are even hearing sirens way up in northern Iowa. This isn't for, I'd say, what would be an imminent tornado threat, but something more a likening for winds that are creating the big time issues out of here. All right, just checking in with our friends at the National Weather Service. And we're thinking that these winds coming in up towards 90 miles per hour are legitimate. So continuing to watch up there in the north. Please stay safe, stay away from windows. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that will do significant damage, this strong wind up here. Let's get back to the velocity picture. Take a peek. I'm going to refresh power outages. Sometimes that's a good indication too on where that most potent wind has been. And we kind of in that triple point between 3 different radar sites. The Twin Cities, Des Moines, and Sioux Falls. Yeah. So this is where the potent wind is, right along Highway 18. I'd put it up to the Minnesota border, right around Estherville right now at this point. So it's coming in very strong in this area and has a deep history of very potent wind. There is also some signal down into Pocahontas County, so heads up there. There is some decent wind being reported near you. Back to the west, this has a history of 50 to 60 miles per hour along this line. And you can see those wind gusts popping in. In Storm Lake, 52. Southwest of Storm Lake, that was 60, and I believe those might have been, nope, I was thinking it might have been a little bit stronger in Storm Lake proper a little bit earlier, but those are the latest reports coming in. So we'll watch Pocahontas, listen to any emergency management, see if we have any significant wind gusts at this point. This is powerful, friends. Up here to the north, and it's surging out ahead. So this one just starting to get towards Algona. We look for kind of the rear inflow jet on a situation like this, and that can be very telling. That part that's accelerating out ahead, let me get the correct tool here to show you. The part that's accelerating out ahead with the leading edge is where oftentimes that most potent wind is, and those weaker returns following in behind is usually an indication that that wind is accelerating that bow forward, and then it works underneath the updraft and rushes out to the ground. So this lines up very well. If I put the scope on this, you'll see those strongest wind gusts lined up in this vicinity, kind of in that area we've been talking about. There is a slight little bit of a vortex happening here as well, and that helps lead to that rear inflow really accelerating the push forward. I believe the worst of things right now is up over northern Iowa. So just starting to get towards the Algona area, just to the east right now at this point, honestly, and that's where we're watching. So it's going to get into the Algona area here in the next few minutes. I'll just go ahead and track the northern part of this line. Even though it is outside of the local 5 area, we may still have some folks able to pick us up in various sources, and of course we are streaming online as well. So here's some estimated times of arrival for this activity, the northern edge, and I'd say anywhere up to about 90 miles per hour is going to be possible. Looking ahead, the overall theme of what we're going to be expecting with this line. Let me go ahead and pull up Futurecast and see what we can deduce from this line, the latest data coming in. So I'm just going to run you through this rocket back and forth, and we'll get a sense on what's going to happen here. So here's Futurecast at 11 o'clock, 12:30, and you do see it does get that southeasterly movement eventually as we start to catch the edge of that thunderstorm energy gradient. As we approach 4 o'clock, I do believe we're into eastern Iowa solidly, and we start to see a weakening trend overall. So the Des Moines Metro, probably closer to 2:30 or so before we catch the southern end of this line, but I don't believe that's going to be the most potent edge of this line. I think it's going to be further up to the north in those northern 3 tiers of county. So Pocahontas, Humboldt, Wright, Franklin County. That's what I'm going to be watching for you. I think that's where the worst is, and is going to tend to hug. Not to say that the southern end of this line isn't bad, but it's not as widespread, and oftentimes lightning can give us a good indication on how strong a storm is. And there you see it. I mean, it's very clear cut that we're looking up over Palo Alto and Emmett County right now as the clear cut winner as being the strongest based on lightning. That is usually a good indicator. Oftentimes, how high are those storm tops pushing? And it may take a second for me to find this data coming up right now, but those cloud tops, how high are those pushing? That can often be a good indicator on the healthiest, the strongest storms, if you will. Data's loading in, give it a couple of seconds, and you'll see those yellows and pinks are coming in up over northern Iowa, a good indicator of the most robust cells right now. And let's just see how potent these are. They're getting up over 60,000 feet, 62,000 feet. That is very, very impressive. This is one of the strongest thunderstorms I have seen in a very long time. Look at this signal here on the velocity. Those deep, or not deep, I should say, very bright featured reds, 85 miles per hour velocity being sampled here between Emmetsburg and Spencer. This definitely is the worst of the conditions between Highway 9 and US 18 right now. Down into Pocahontas County, I do believe there are a couple of stronger wind gusts for you as well, but we're warning this section of the storm up to 70 miles per hour, and there is a history of up to 60 back to the west towards Storm Lake. So we're going to continue to track it for you, all right? So a lot of people asking about Des Moines and points further south and east. Just to give you a general sense, let me change over to the radar picture. I believe the worst of the impacts are going to fall north of this line, kind of in between these two blue lines. So that's the area I'm watching: northern Pocahontas, northern Humboldt, northern Wright, and almost all of Franklin County. So not to say there won't be severe weather outside of that, but that is the cream of the crop, the strongest activity that I'm expecting here tonight. It's in a favorable setup for wind rushing out of the thunderstorm. One of the things that could inhibit that stronger wind is sometimes that rush of wind can push actually too far out away from the thunderstorm. And that in itself can kind of undercut the updraft, and it can lead to a weakening trend. I don't think that's happening right now. I do think it is happening maybe down closer to Carroll and Denison. You can see that leading edge, that gust front, right here. Let me see if I go over to the CC if we can pick out that gust front a little bit better, and we can by those darker blues right here. So in that line, this is where it starts undercutting that updraft a little bit. So I'm not quite as concerned as of these cells coming into Carroll or Crawford County at the moment. It's more so on that northern edge of the line. Pocahontas County solidly into this thunderstorm right now. I'm not seeing any reports coming in via the National Weather Service. If you would like to jump in on the action, you certainly can. Just shoot us a text to 515-457-1026, and you can pass along your report or picture along to us. So just making sure we're checking in on the latest data here. That's what I'm kind of doing off the screen. But especially over Pocahontas County right now, that's where the strongest activity is in the local 5 area. And we're going to continue to track it for you. Okay, so this line has a huge history of wind coming in. And the strongest is up there. You can see the most robust cell showing up on the radar picture up there over Palo Alto and getting into Emmett County. This one just getting into Algona as well. And there is a little bit of a hook popping in just north and west of Algona, and that's usually the feature we start watching for maybe one of those little spin-ups. So I'd be watching right in here, not seeing a clear-cut indicator on the velocity signal, but back on the reflectivity, you can see that area where it is trying to run in with this little L shape south of Fenton. So western Kossuth County. Let's pop those wind gusts up, see if we have anything different popping into view. I don't think much on the hail situation here for tonight. Esterville to 54 miles, that's 43 miles per hour. We'll have to see how that one continues to react. That's right as that strongest edge came in. If it's going to be strong, it's going to be strong in the next few minutes. There's been a lot of chatter online here. I'll touch on this at the moment, of this being a possible derecho. And it's always difficult to talk about derecho status out ahead of time because it is such a difficult criteria to meet. You have to have wind lasting for 240 miles over a span of 60 miles wide. And you can see we're not quite to that. So it's difficult to say. It is a very difficult set of criteria, and actually I was always taught you don't call it one until after the fact, and I live by that. Newly issued severe thunderstorm warning out over northern Iowa. This would be Hancock, Winnebago, Cerro Gordo, and Worth counties in north central Iowa, continuing with that 80 mile per hour tag popping out there as this line continues to move through. So this one is a long fuse warning that lasts until 12:30. So we're hitting an hour and 15 minutes on some of these warnings. I think we're looking here north of Highway 20 for anything that's severe at the moment. As I check in with the National Weather Service just to see if there's any additional reports coming in. Bear with me. A lot of reports of trees down in Spencer, Spirit Lake area hit hard. That's way up in the northern Iowa. Power lines down on US 71 south of Storm Lake, and that would coincide to some of those strongest wind gusts you see here on screen right now. So Pocahontas County, you can expect a similar wind setup right now over you with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for you in place. Actually, I think the strongest wind is just starting to cross into Humboldt County at this point. You can see that by those deeper, darker greens kind of turning into the blue category. Some questions about when the last derecho was, and I'll tell you, I'm sure we've had one since 2020 in central Iowa, but this is not quite up on that same level, in my opinion, at this point. That is one that was extreme, no doubt. Strongest winds right now crossing out of Pocahontas into Humboldt County. Radar is estimating things to be up around 50, 55 miles per hour, and that's going to be at a height of about 7,000 feet. Not much for hail in that southern segment. If there is any, it's going to be up towards Kossuth County. It's not really the best hail-producing setup for today. Very, very mild, high freezing levels. But with how high those storms are hitting in north central Iowa, it's a distinct possibility that there is some big-time hail trying to come in. But this is not a huge, widespread hail kind of a night. Strongest wind showing up over Humboldt and Pocahontas County. So if I look like I'm looking all over the place, it's because I am. I'm checking in on some of the various reports coming in. Report from one of our viewers and Rolf saying some wind and rain is pushing in right now. Question about it being in Des Moines, I'd say closer to about the 1:30 time frame is when it'll be closer by. And Marshall County about 2 o'clock or so, I'd say at this juncture. We did have some very significant wind, and this was back towards Sioux Center. Why don't I just pull that up for you right now? Give me 2 minutes while I do that, and you'll be able to see it. This was out of Sioux Center earlier, and just take a look at those trees violently going. This one was a 99 mile per hour wind report along with this, as this line moved through very close by. So it may not quite be that strong, but just look at how those treetops are being smashed down. That's a good indicator, 60 plus, and they are just violently whipping in all directions right there. So definitely something significant in northwestern Iowa. We're watching, especially right on that northern edge of Pocahontas County and into Humboldt County right now, just checking in if there's any additional reports with that. But that's where the strongest wind is right now at the moment in the Local 5 area, just starting to cross over into Humboldt County. So this would get right around Highway 15 where it bends in the east-west direction between Rolf and West Bend. And we did have a report coming in from a viewer. Thank you for letting me know that there is some wind blowing and some heavy rain right now in the Rolf area. So we do have some stronger winds in there. Right now in this section, the area I'm looking at, I'd estimate it to be closer to 60 miles per hour. We'll see if there's any recent wind gusts coming in as we switch over to that product. It takes a second to update. but we're not finding too much. 51 was the latest report out of Estherville. But that Boeing segment right there, right along Highway 18, continues to be the strongest activity. And you can definitely see that. That's entering the Algona area right now. A lot of lightning, no doubt, and perhaps even we are seeing some significant lightning and some wind coming into view, and some hail along with that segment. Just trying to see if we have any 511 cams in the area as well at this point. Just see if we can pull up any video feed from up in this area. I don't believe we do, but I do want to double check just in case. What we do have is down at the moment west of Algona, and it's just not giving a good picture at this stage. Sometimes that can be power outage induced as well. I don't want to speculate on that too much, but certainly this area is the hardest hit at this point, right along Highway 18 in northern Iowa, just off the northern edge of Pocahontas and Humboldt County. You got that rear inflow jet coming in, a little bit of a curl back through Emmetsburg and pushing towards Algona. Those weaker returns, usually indicative of that colder air rushing out and down to the ground. So as I'm analyzing the velocity signal here, I'm looking for a convergence where those winds, the reds and greens, are coming together. The green always means the wind is going towards the radar site, which we're looking at Des Moines right now. The red is going away. And one of those I'm seeing at the moment is up here in northern Kossuth County towards Lakota. That would be one of those areas I'm watching where I'm seeing some convergent wind right now. And a lot of times that can be indicative of some stronger wind gusts as well. When we're looking at the mid-levels, and there's an update on that wind, the velocity signal. I just want to check out the reflectivity, see where that stands. It's out a little bit ahead of this line, so it's actually a completely different cell, but that is one area I'm going to watch. And then that wind, that rear inflow, like I mentioned, kind of rushing through and propelling that bow echo forward. Worst of the conditions right now is over Algona, southern Kossuth County right now, and extending back to the north and west towards Estherville. We have a spotter with an 80-mile-per-hour wind estimate just to the west of Algona. So that is still where the strongest is coming through at the moment. Coincides nicely with the impulse of lightning associated with this storm, the rear inflow jet, northern two tiers of counties where it's at. If we do see the warnings fall off down into the local 5 area, we'll go back to Jimmy Kimmel. But I can already tell you this activity down trailing south from, I'd say, roughly Fort Dodge back through Carroll to Denison, that likely will not continue to be warned with time. That is kind of lost significant punch there. It does have a little bit of wind on the leading edge, but struggling to get significant value showing up on radar. I haven't seen any ground truth on it as well. Yeah, we got 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in west of Algona. I had a question about if those two cells in northern Iowa kind of converge and mix together, what can happen? Well, that gives you some turbulent interactions and can sometimes enhance the wind and also spin up one of those little spinny tornadoes along the edge with some of those thunderstorm interactions. It can also help take some of that wind and maybe make it dive a little bit further to the south. I'll watch that. I'm not completely sold on that at this point. New warning just out, and this is going to continue with the 70-mile-per-hour wind tag. Yes, it does. 70-mile-per-hour wind tag for Wright, Franklin, Humboldt, Hamilton, Webster, and Hardin counties. So US 20 and point northwards. This is radar indicated, and this storm is moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. All right, so some estimated times of arrival. This will be getting into Fort Dodge, 11:32. Getting to Goldfield at 11:43 and Eagle Grove at 11:47. Webster City, if this one continues to hold, will be near you at 11:54. Williams at 12:10. Dow's shortly after at 12:11. And Iowa Falls down the line towards the bottom of the 12 o'clock hour. Some reports of trees down all across northwestern Iowa, particularly around Spencer, back through Sioux Center. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts west of Algona. And this is a new report that I haven't seen. 63 miles per hour, 6 miles west of Pocahontas. So let me clear the map here, and I will actually pull those reports up. It should show up. So this is a delayed report coming in, and this one's showing 60 miles per hour. And then 63, beg your pardon. And then down towards Rockwell City, 62 miles per hour. So there is a decent little punch of wind right along the leading edge of this line. I don't think it's tied into the thunderstorms. I believe it's the wind that's rushing out of the thunderstorms overall. Clicked the wrong one. Bear with me. I want to go to the velocity signal. There could be some impulses back within those individual cells too, but definitely a clear concentration closer to the leading edge of the gust front. That's probably where you're going to find the strongest of the wind until you get up into north central Iowa. So we are looking at the velocity signal. Once you ride down the radial of the radar, moving perpendicularly, so the storm's moving this direction and the radar being pointed this way, it gets kind of difficult to decipher those strongest winds at the moment. We use storm relative velocity, and we're taking a look at that, and overall it gives us a good indicator, taking into the storm motion what we have for those wind speeds. We're seeing the strongest cell, and it's kind of contaminated based on that principle right now over Kossuth County. And I believe that rear inflow jet continues to influence things, and also over Humboldt County right now, getting into Humboldt right about now, that we're going to have some stronger wind potential for you. So radar estimates, this is about 7,000 feet up, I believe. Let me double check that here real quick. Yep, about 7,000 feet up. We're hitting anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour on that velocity signal. So right along the Highway 3 corridor, moving through Humboldt, up through Livermore along 169, there's some stronger wind gusts pointed up in your direction. Okay, wind gusts popping up on screen. Back to the Mallard. Not reporting a significant wind, but we did just west of Algona estimate up to 80. Anywhere from Highway 20 to up to the northern edge of the Humboldt County line, anywhere from 60, I'd say, to 65 mile per hour winds right now, potential out of this cell moving through, but definitely more robust the further north you go. Now, fortunately for the Local 5 area, for those we directly cover on air, the worst of it is lining up to stay further to the north. Now, we do have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to encompass folks between Highway 20 and Highway 30. So this is going to be for Boone, Greene, Hamilton, and Story County. 60 mile per hour wind potential, radar indicated until 12:30. Hey, in the booth, can you monitor 511 cameras? And if you see something of interest, go ahead and just override my feed, and you can pull it up if you want. Thanks for that. A lot to monitor here in the Local 5 Weather Lab. A little help from those in the booth goes a long way. Okay, just checking in with the National Weather Service, seeing what's new. Okay. So we're still tagged for 80 miles per hour up into northern Iowa, up to about the Minnesota-Iowa state line. That is definitely where the worst of the action is. The southern edge of the line does weaken progressively, especially as it gets down into those individual miniature cells. It's not quite as robust, but there are still some pockets in there that are going to be stronger. Pull up the velocity. You can see those little pulses of green in there, and that's along with those individual cells, and it is stirring up. We just have a favorable environment for wind coming into tonight. That's just the nature. We have a ton of energy too. In fact, just huge amounts, not only for the time of year, but the time of night. We're looking at some of these extreme levels coming in to view. So we have a lot of energy, and that's going to help steer these thunderstorms, I think, ultimately a little bit more of a southeasterly direction with time. And I want you to look, of course, we have a lot of those bright colors, right? So the yellows. But it starts trailing off to the oranges and the reds closer to the Mississippi River. And so what this is going to do is to help curve these storms a little bit further south as we go on with time. Now, this will happen as it does exit the Local 5 area. Generally, we've seen the trends to be holding this northern Iowa line more of an easterly trajectory. 80 mile per hour wind report out of Algona. Great rear inflow jet coming in with this cell as well, locally enhancing those winds just a little bit. And it is pushing off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. In case we have anyone joining us, especially online here, we'll go ahead and track this one to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Next in line to see this is going to be Buffalo Center. You're already in a bit of a thunderstorm right now. Britt, this will be in your vicinity in about 10 minutes, 11:47. Forest City by 11:58, Ventura. 12:06 Clear Lake, 12:12 Mason City, 12:23 in Norris Springs at 12:35. Lines do extend up into southeastern Minnesota as well. Those are some potent thunderstorms as well, but the strongest one right now is smack dab right over Kossuth County. That's actually where we have some very high, just robustly high storm tops coming into view. And just sampling that red color, this is getting north of 60,000 feet high. That was some older data, apologies on that. 60,000 feet high though in some of these locations. Very potent thunderstorms up there into northern Iowa. As we continue our coverage here for tonight, let's check in on our power outage situation. And so far, it hasn't gotten worse. I'll just show you that as we take a look at the power outages. Still looking at several in Buena Vista, Clay County as well, and just a handful as you get into Pocahontas and Palo Alto. But it could be just a possibility that we haven't seen an update in here. I'll continue to track that for you as well. Severe thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock. This is for communities north of I-80 as we extend on. The strongest wind right now, I believe, to be over Humboldt County right now in the Local 5 area. Sirens going off in Algona. I'm told by Kelly the wind is picking up in Humboldt. Everyone, please stay safe. Stay away from windows as strong wind gusts like this can certainly lead to damage being noted, especially they're up there closer to Kossuth County. And we're showing you the wind speeds coming in. I believe this Rockwell City one is a new report to 42 as that leading edge pushed through. So I don't think we're hitting 60 miles per hour continuously down here between Highway 20 and Highway 30. More of a localized, pinpointed section. And it's kind of tied to, excuse me, let me draw, tied to the outflow. 50 miles per hour, largely east, maybe a slight southerly component to it. There's the estimated times of arrival when it'll be in your hometown. All right, doing some solo coverage for you tonight here in the Local 5 Weather Lab, keeping tabs of multiple sources here, tracking cameras for any lowerings that we have. Info from the National Weather Service as I read along. National Weather Service getting reports of 60 to 80 mile per hour winds associated with that Kossuth County storm right now. Algona, Garner, Britt, Forest City, Mason City, next in line to see it. So heads up if you're on the stream with me up there. We're watching on air Local 5 here for the southernmost warned cells in here, and particularly over Humboldt County. All right, thanks for joining on the broadcast. We hope you stay safe. Most definitely, we want you to stay safe. Reports of no power in Widmore. That's just southwest of the Algona area. We had an 80 mile per hour wind gust nearby, west of Algona. So, yeah, that power outage map most likely needs a good refresh, especially with the northern two tiers of counties. If you want to join in on the conversation, you certainly can. 515-457-1026. You can reach us and pass along your reports with this system. But we want you to do so in a safe manner. Okay, your safety is paramount to this. Stay away from windows. If you're joining me on the online broadcast over northern Iowa, this is one where I'd tell you to go into the basement with how strong these winds are, because 80, 90 miles per hour with a history of that can certainly bust out those windows rather efficiently. But safety is paramount. We want you to continue to be safe. Kanawha is going to jump in on the action with this here very shortly. Tatanka up through Buffalo Center, starting to get into some of that strongest wind in north central Iowa. We do have some stronger returns showing up over Humboldt and northern Webster County. And we've been sampling these. These have been checking in 45, 55 miles per hour in a few spots. Well, it does say gate-to-gate shear showing in some of the reports. This is not kind of in the positioning that I'd be concerned with any tornadic type activity. 62 mile per hour wind gusts out of 4 miles southwest of Rockwell City, though. That's one of the reports we've had. A lot of reports up into Kossuth County, now a 75 mile per hour wind estimated by law enforcement just west of Algona. In town, excuse me, at a personal weather station, 64 miles per hour in Algona. It's lining up right with that Boeing segment. That's where the worst of things are at the moment. And that rear inflow is not quite as strong or as potent as it has been in the past. But you are seeing that leading edge of the strongest reflectivity pushing out to the east. That is a sign that is still working. There is a little bit of lowered returns back here to the west of Algona, and that's that wind rushing down and underneath the updraft, and it helps propel that wind all the way to the surface. A myriad of warnings across Minnesota and Iowa here for tonight, and this one evolving with some very potent winds. I'll just show you the reports that stretch all the way back into South Dakota, and then there's a few up into Minnesota as well, so kind of two components to this one. And it hasn't been the widest path, so it'll be difficult to actually catch that derecho criteria, which is very difficult to get to. You need to have wind damage over 60 miles wide, over 240 miles long, and I'm not sure if that qualifies, neither here nor there. We're seeing that localized wind that is so strong, though, coming in. Watching Humboldt County right now locally for the Local 5 coverage area with some of the strongest winds. Getting a report of trees down in Royal. I'm not exactly familiar with where Royal is. I'm going to have to look that up here real quick. It is in Clay County, so up into northwestern Iowa. A lot of trees down up there in Clay County near Royal. Thanks for passing that along to us. We do appreciate it. The rain is hitting hard in Humboldt, we're hearing, and especially over Humboldt and northern Webster County right now. All right, so this line extends south. You start to run into it being warned for the gust front between Highway 30 and Highway 20. I think the Des Moines Metro, you're on a favorable trajectory to avoid significant impacts. Perhaps you get up into Ames with some localized wind gusts, but emphasis on that being localized, especially on the southern end of the line. Where it's been at has been over northern Iowa, and let me get the lightning up, and a huge indicator on where the most robust storms are oftentimes. And we'll just go ahead and sample it for you. We'll just go over this area and show you 647 strikes. You move further south of that in that line, 55. It's not a sole indicator, but we use this to kind of tip us off that there are some stronger thunderstorms there. An uptick in lightning is an indicator that there is some stronger thunderstorms in view. All right, let's go through with the National Weather Service. Okay, our trailing warnings back towards Greene, Webster, Sac, Calhoun, Crawford, Cale County is now gone as of 11:45. But there's still signal for some stronger wind in here. There's the individual smaller pulses that have the wind being noted. I think there's a bigger gust right along the outflow boundary as this one pushes through. Let me pull up those wind gusts and see if we have anything significant in here. No chasers out tonight given the time of night we are currently at, unfortunately. Carroll checking in at 46 miles per hour south of town, in town 44, Rockwell City at 40, 42. Denison had a 35 mile per hour wind report earlier. The southern end of the line is not near as robust as what it is up north. Be anxious to see how this one responds as it approaches the Clear Lake and Mason City area. In the booth, just watch those traffic cams up there on 35 too as we get closer, if you don't mind. I appreciate that, Nate. Okay. So continually just above my head, we always have the warnings populating, the watches as well. Any place on the radar you want a quick hit, look at, that's all cycling above my head as I continue to go over our sources of information here. Power outages largely have not changed at this juncture, but that is one strong cell. Here's the scope on our severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll go ahead and take the details off so you can get a scope. And you can kind of see the color change. It goes from orange to more yellow from north to south. That is the differentiators between levels, strength of wind that we're looking at. So 80 miles per hour up into northern Iowa, 70 miles per hour as you move further to the south over Humboldt, northern Webster, and then you get into that 60 mile per hour criteria there. Perhaps you get into places up into Humboldt and Wright County that there may be some sirens sounding. Know your counties and cities' siren sounding guidelines, because it's not always for a tornado. We will hear them sound for significant wind gusts, and no doubt if you are hearing them, that's likely what it's going to be for tonight. All right, let's go ahead and pull that up, Nate. I'm told we're going to take a look at a camera in Webster County. This is going to be US 20, mile marker 124. This is going to be in the Fort Dodge area. Looking at there, you can see the sheets of rain moving by. I believe we're looking off to the west right here from this vantage point. Tough to see the trees. Of course, if it was daytime, we can get a little bit of a better view. But if we're going to be seeing some significant wind, it would be in this vicinity right now, in this area. But you can see those sheets of rain moving by on this camera, and we'll continue to track it. The further south you move, it becomes more outflow dominant, and then this line does move out. Let's go back to the radar, Nate, if we can. Yeah, so the southern end has definitely fallen apart. So what's happening here is this outflow, and you can see it here. It's undercut these updrafts. The further it gets away from these cells, the harder these cells can maintain themselves. So the southerly end of the line is struggling, and these aren't the strongest returns as far as heavy rainfall getting in there over Greene and up into Webster County. But we have the favorable environment to accelerate wind tonight. So as that rain rushes down, it's helping to kick up that wind. And it looks at least elevated in nature. We do have some decent pulses of wind, and this is going to be getting up there towards that 50 to 60 mile per hour range in small pockets along this overall line. Always watching for those couplets. May actually have a little bit of one here over Hancock County. That's decent. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something happen on that. But the greens, the bright greens heading towards the radar, the reds are going away. Let me just back it up a couple of scans. Yeah, that's intensifying. So heads up there, and these warnings are tagged with a possible tornado tag, and I'd especially be watching that there over northwestern Hancock County. So north of Britt, southwest of Crystal Lake, southeast of Woden. So watch that area. And that is taking a little bit of a southeasterly line. No doubt something to watch there. Okay, new issued warnings. This is going to be just outside of the local area. I'm sorry, I have to switch things up on you again a little bit. But northern Cerro Gordo up into Worth County, we have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning there. So that is going to be kind of a mixture. It's at a bit of a triple point of where all these storms are starting to meet. So the warning in question is right here as I highlight it, and it goes until 12:30. Radar indicated the threat is going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So the movement is southeast at 30, so that's actually warning for that northern component. We now have a solid line of warnings all the way from I-94 in western Wisconsin, trailing down along I-90, and then down to about US 30 in central Iowa. Potent storm complex moving through. Let's go to the wind gusts. It's one of my favorite ones to look at this point. Have a report up in Ledyard with 50 mile per hour wind gusts coming in. Thanks to Brian for sharing that with us. More limbs down in his yard, he says. So a potent night, no doubt, especially as you get up there into Kossuth County. All right, so here's the latest wind gusts. Some of these are a little bit dated. 46 in Carroll, 40 in Rockwell City. Have not heard a lot in terms of reports as of late, and that's certainly a good thing. But it's not to say that it's not happening, right? I do think we're a little bit more stable down on the southern end of this line, and a lot of these stronger returns that we've been watching on the velocity signal here, especially over Webster County, now starting to work into Wright and Hamilton County, a lot of those are staying elevated. So it seems it is now brighter in color, but we're starting to sample down lower and lower in the storm. So we get a better indicator on what's happening here in the mid-levels. Now, is it working all the way down to the ground? Certainly some spots are. It's not any longer where this line turns back westerly and kind of the outflow has outrun this. And that was a bit of something to watch as the night unfolded earlier. There was some concerns that this outflow could reach out and ahead and undercut these storms so much. Now, the outflow rushing out in itself can produce some very strong winds, but it can also work against keeping the storm development going. So far, that just has not come to fruition. The leading edge of the bow is the strongest. We're seeing the strongest winds kind of cycle around here, anywhere from Hancock, Worth, back into Cerro Gordo County. There is a tighter couplet in there, too. That's something to watch. I know we touched on that on the last scan. It's still there. Curious to see how this one goes with time, but definitely a strong impulse, and this one is a little bit more scatterbrained, but there is some opposing winds right there in that area. North of Britt. It's not ideal placement, that's for sure. With the storm, it's kind of tucked back in it just a bit, but we could watch for something rain wrap trying to drop down there. We're tracking for these circulations. As you see here at the very bottom of your screen, this is tagged as tornado possible, and that's just kind of the environment that we're in tonight. We're watching for those little spin-ups. So this would be near the Hayfield area as well, northeast of Britt. That's where some enhanced, stronger winds are going to be. Okay, so anywhere from Belmont, you're going to be starting to get into this strongest rush of wind here any moment. I'll go ahead and track it with the velocity here, the leading edge. Moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Okay, cruising through Wright, Franklin, Webster County, and Hardin counties over the next hour. Entering Webster City here any moment in the next 5 minutes. And then you see on down the line towards Jewell at 12:13. And Latimer at 12:17, Hampton at 12:27, Iowa Falls at 12:34, Eldora at 12:46, Applington at 12:53. I would say the threat here is going to be for about 60 miles per hour. An isolated spot could be stronger. No power in Brit right now being reported. Okay, so that's lining up closer to where that strongest velocity signal's coming in. And then some sporadic pulses that may be possible on the southern end of this line. I'll continue to track this one as well. Apologies, I need to redraw that. Moving east at 50. Ogden coming your way here in the next 5 minutes. Boone at 12:10, Story City at 12:18, Ames at 12:28, Nevada 12:39, and Colo at 12:48. Most intense wind is up there into Hancock County right now, and then kind of cycling around in that downflank, a rear inflow jet over Kossuth County. I still think there's some stronger winds to be had tucked away in there. Reports have gone very quiet, but that's not to say it's not happening. It's just that time of night. It's tough to see. People are sleeping. And sometimes they just don't come in quite as fast as you'd like to see. I'm just going over my information. If you want to jump in on the chatter, if you have a report you want to pass along with us, you can do that. Just send us a text. You can even text us your pictures if you want, or videos. 515-457-1026. 515-457-1026. We're keeping it with the weather coverage here for tonight. While I do think the worst of it is just outside of the local 5 area, it's too close for comfort, and we have a whole slew of warnings right now cutting through across the local 5 area. Generally weaker on this line as it moves southwards. And I think overall this starts to take more of a southeasterly jaunt, especially as it catches that northern line. So we'll continue to move eastward for the time being until turning south, almost as it gets to the Waterloo, Cedar Falls area, and we'll start to see this whole line kind of duck south. By then, it's out of the local 5 coverage area. Okay. Getting those wind gusts to come up here. 45 in Clarion is the wind gusts, and we have 41 in Webster City. I really want to see how these react here over the next 15 minutes or so. That will hopefully give us a good indication on what's going on along the entirety of this line. Still, we'll say the worst is up there into Hancock County right now, Winnebago County, and even trailing back to the west just a little bit into Kossuth County. One second. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun and Carroll counties is canceled. So we're just getting out of that vicinity now. Moving eastward is essentially what that means. And we have an update to the warning out of northern Iowa. We've reduced the wind speed here to 70 miles per hour. Okay, new report. This was out of Britt. Public measured 58 miles per hour, 4 miles north of Britt, right where kind of that area of velocity that we're showing you. Let me get back to it. And we're showing there's that little bit of a couplet in there. So this is responsible for some stronger wind and recently measured in line north of Britt as it moves, 58 miles per hour. This storm up here has a history of up to 99 miles per hour, but recently back to the west towards Algona of 80 miles per hour. I do think there's some stronger winds poking in out of this line extending further to the south. But the latest wind gusts coming in aren't quite as robust here as we've seen further back to the west. If there are severe gusts in here, I think they're going to be more localized in nature. But we'll continue to watch as it moves through. Report of some lights flickering. Thank you, Heather, for that report in Webster City. So still an indicator that something's toying with the electrical grid, right? And the leading edge of that is just getting into Webster City right now. Forest City still has power, but is experiencing some very heavy rain at the moment. Burr Oak is getting some of that wind. And we've been following these cells moving through northern Iowa pretty extensively. So a history here with some of these reports coming in, especially west of Algona up to 80 miles per hour. And the storm as a whole has a history up to 90 plus, in fact, 99 miles per hour. So I'll look at some of these reports. I know this one is for 80 miles per hour. About 4 miles west of Algona, that was at 11:19. Latest one coming in near Britt is at 58 miles per hour. And then a lot of damage reports coming in. Spencer, trees uprooted in town, 10:25. And let me get to Sioux Center here because this is the cream of the crop report that we've seen, 99 miles per hour. Intense. That is most definitely the case. Okay. We did have hail reports east of Algona to 1/2 inch. But so far, even the MPing reports have been pretty quiet. I want to get to the new set of warnings here just to see how all of this is going to unfold as we pass the 12 o'clock hour and enter our Tuesday morning. I have a hunch that we'll continue to see things extended further to the east of this line, probably coming out in the next 10 minutes or so. The one most in question would be the southern end, say that activity back near Boone towards Grand Junction. That might be one of the exceptions. Definitely running into that east-west component up there into northern Iowa around Worth County. Sometimes that can reinvigorate the wind in that vicinity as well. Whole slew of warnings extending from western Wisconsin down into southeast Minnesota and northern Iowa for tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Yeah, National Weather Service confirming that, especially on that northern end of the line, the winds are no longer quite as extreme as they were, seem to be trending downwards, but still keeping that 70 mile per hour tag on the situation. Okay. I'm just going through my personal messages here just to see if there's anything that we may have missed. We're kind of getting a sense, though, that northern Iowa is going to continue to be where the strongest is. Reports out of Cerro Gordo County now. Let me go ahead and zoom in here. Near the Ventura area, Clear Lake of some trees down. So that's getting into western Cerro Gordo County. And some power outages as well. That's likely associated with this next little burst moving in, that rear inflow, helping to bow this segment out ahead a little bit. It's sending this little nubbin out. A little bit of a rear inflow right here, getting towards back to the west of the Forest City area as well. So definitely still up to the north. That's a force to be reckoned with. Down further to the south. West of I-35 right now, from Belmont, stretching down through Webster City. I want to see the updated winds here. I think we're going the right direction, at least for the strength at this point in our area. But anyone still within these warnings, be prepared for the possible strong wind gusts. If you're up into northern Iowa, Highway 18 and points northwards, and you're in one of those warnings, I'd be inclined to say go to the basement. That's just how strong and potent that these storms have been here for tonight. So a whole lot of severe thunderstorm warnings at the present, extending until various times, I believe 12:30 and 12:45. Just depends on which warning you're in here over north central Iowa. Anywhere from, go ahead. All right, let's go ahead and take that. We're going to jump into camera from Cerro Gordo County. This is up near Clear Lake along I-35. Pretty active, we're being told, and it looks like it might have frozen up on us. There we go, with it being a little bit more active. That storm just getting to the I-35 corridor up there by Mason City. So no doubt a lot of people in that area, Mason City, Clear Lake, around the lake. And if there's something bad, and I'm sure we'll hear the reports coming through. A lot of lightning, you see the trucks passing by there. Tough to see the trees, of course, at night. Always makes it very difficult. But yeah, it's an active scene out there in the northern part of Iowa. Let's go ahead and come back to the radar picture. The strongest winds right now riding right along Highway 18 and points northwards. Let me go over to power outages here briefly. And we'll see that we do have an update. There are now almost 2,000 customers. These are individual, say, accounts with the power company that are now out of power in Webster County. So there is some stronger winds in this cell a little bit further to the south coming out of Fort Dodge. Kossuth County, we're looking at 700 customers that are without power at the present, and that's going to be 15 to 20% of the customers that are tracked. Palo Alto, about 173. Not much into Humboldt right now, in fact, 0, or Hamilton, but no doubt these numbers will likely be fluid and update as we continue on. Okay. So, right over Wright County, that is, at least for the local 5 coverage area, that's where we have the strongest storm at the present. Some estimates coming in with winds, or these are actually measured, I should say. Last I checked in Clarion was 45. Webster City is at 41. Let's back it up. Haven't seen much change. Fort Dodge, the airport there, did not have any significant wind gusts at the moment. All right. So we're basically lined up from I-35, from the state line down to about the Williams and Dow's area, and then getting just a little bit to the west of the interstate. So still watching things as always. Northern Iowa is the worst component that we have that we're watching. Some reports of lights flickering in Webster City. And some estimates that we're watching for 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this line that's coming through. Reports of no power in Clear Lake, and just as you see there, new warning is extended out to the east. This is going to encompass Franklin County, and then it does get outside of the local 5 area. So we get into Butler County included on this one. This is going to be radar indicated for 60 mile per hour wind. So if you cut out the older warnings, we're now warning for 60 mile per hour winds up here into northern Iowa. That new warning does last until 1:30 a.m. It does include all of Franklin County and extending out to the east towards Butler County as well. Right now, the strongest part of the storm is over Wright County, just starting to get into Franklin and pushing to the east. If there's stronger winds, they're going to be up to about 60 miles per hour. Estimated times of arrival in Latimer here any minute. Hampton at 12:27, Iowa Falls 12:35, Ackley at 12:46, Aplington at 12:54, Parkersburg at 1 o'clock, and Waverly around 1:12 here for this morning. So this is a new warning, and the threshold here that we're tracking is for 60 mile per hour winds out of this segment. Still carrying a couple of warnings on further to the south. That also does include Hardin, getting into Webster, Story, Boone County included on that until 12:30. That's radar indicated up to 60 mile per hour winds. I don't have a report out of this area at all suggesting any stronger winds associated with this segment of the storm. Gusty, yes, we have seen some of our airport sites checking in 40 to 45. But I have not seen anything up to the severe limits as far as reports at this point. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I am going to get Local 5 back to regular broadcasting. We are going to continue to broadcast online. We are Iowa Plus, your We Are Iowa mobile app. We are Facebook Living. We are live on YouTube, and we'll go ahead and continue our coverage there. Do note over northern Iowa, though, 60 mile per hour winds, especially possible, especially north of US 20 as this one continues to cut through. If we do have additional warnings, I'll be back on here at Local 5 to keep you updated. I'm seeing a trend at least in the right direction, though, at this point. Not to say these storms aren't strong. They're just not quite as robust as they once were. If we see anything different, we'll be back here online with you at Local 5 to keep you updated of the situation. We'll get you back to programming. Go ahead and feel free to join us on the digital streams. We clear? Okay. All right, friends, we are clear. I need a little water break too. You heard me say I think we're trending the right way, and we're seeing that with the warnings that are coming out. I don't like going wall to wall for 60 mile per hour winds on air. No doubt there's still some stronger winds in here. I don't want to discount the threat. There's still some localized heavy wind threats, and the worst of it is in north central Iowa right now, but I don't want to tie up the airwaves when I'm not seeing the ground truth coming in. If we see another warning, we'll jump on briefly and keep things updated. I can dedicate a little bit more time to my Facebook Live questions now. If you have any specific questions across Iowa, I'll even go up into southeast Minnesota a little bit. If you have any reports to pass along, feel free. All right, thanks for jumping in. We have a whole slew of warnings in place right now. Hey, Nate, can you pass along that there's at least power outages in Webster County, but I don't have any specific reports or anything to pass along to the newsroom. But at least let Simon know if you would, if he's in. Thank you. All right. Here's the latest on the warnings. This way in northern Iowa, it's now kind of out of it, and it's been replaced by a new warning. I think we'll see it canceled. But there's been a new warning kind of taking place, and it's really difficult to pinpoint with all the clutter that we have. So I'll get the highlight on it, and you can kind of see that outline. It's replaced that long-standing warning. And going down in the strength of the wind too. So I think that's a good trend. A couple of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts out of the Ventura area, along with some wind damage from the emergency manager. That's the latest reports. Strongest continues to be up into extreme northern Iowa. Where's my storm reports? There they are. And it's still, it's holding that line, right? You can see that clear line. It's headed more or less east-west. I'll even put kind of both segments we've been watching. All right. So we haven't seen much deviation to the south. At this stage, based on how they drew this warning, I'm not sold will be reissued here further to the south. Kelly, you are more than welcome. Happy to help. Shiloh joining us from Pennsylvania tonight. Thanks for jumping in. Heather, yeah, I feel bad for everyone that's impacted too. It's just utterly terrible in northwest Iowa tonight, based on the wind speeds that have come in on this one. Just intense. I had some crazy video as well. I'll go ahead and pull that up. Let me find it here. Okay. I'll pull this up. This was out of the Sioux Center area earlier. Look at those trees whipping around. That's some intense wind that came through there. Absolutely nuts. I'm actually just checking the comments too to see if there's any other pictures or videos that are down in town. But that one certainly spiked up in a hurry. That was where we had a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust coming in too. Power lines down in Ventura, reported by Public Works. Just going through some things off the screen here. Trying to catch up. When I'm on air, I keep definitely a more professional aspect of things going. I'm a little bit more loosey-goosey here on the broadcast, but that is some intense wind, isn't it? Warnings extended into Floyd County now, Mitchell, Chickasaw, and Howard County in northeastern Iowa. Goes until 1:30. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Kind of multifaceted. You have that east-west segment of the line meeting with the north-south segment. Yeah, really curious to see if these will be extended. Checking some traffic cams. It's intense. All right, give me a second. I gotta dial it up on my web browser. But I'll get you a camera. We'll look at the cameras here across North Iowa, the ones that actually still have power. Some of them do not. All right, let me merge over there. And get up here in Clear Lake. That one does not. Still, let me go the other way. Ooh, lightning strike. Okay, so this is Vivid. This is just south of Clear Lake, mile marker 192 on I-35. Anytime you see vehicles slowed up driving, you know it's intense. Trying to gauge just how it is on those trees across the other side. It looks like they're whipping around pretty good. I wish it was illuminated better. Headlights help as they come by. He's still going a decent clip. But yeah, that most intense line is very near this camera site right now. Reports of damage in Ventura. That's getting a little bit further south than our only stills. Let me go here. We have some cameras in Mason City, I believe, right now. Okay. Looks like some rain. Okay, so this is the railroad overpass on Iowa 122 as you get into Mason City towards the downtown. Watching the trees here, I'm not seeing a lot of movement on them. Let's see here. It's going to be a little further to the west. You see the sheets of rain kind of coming at the camera. That's down Highway 122. Always fun just to go around and check out all the cameras that we can for you. Got a lot of still cameras, but they're not showing anything of interest right now. Okay. A lot of lightning there. This is mile marker 179 on I-35. They're moving by a good clip. So that's right before the bend in I-35. Oh, come on. That's tough. That one's a still. Okay. So we extended for Butler and Franklin County, and we're starting to see storms get up to the I-35 corridor right now. Bringing you back with me. And it will be interesting to see how the Weather Service is going to do this year. Camper at a campground flipped over, a couple of them, in fact, around Clear Lake. It's actually in the Ventura area. Mason City, wind gusts to 45 miles per hour. Power lines down in Ventura. Looks like Ventura Clear Lake area definitely, took a licking. All right, let's check out where that is. I'll get the Facebook Live up here too. Yeah, Amy, I'm thankful. I'm thankful they're not worse like they were in northwestern Iowa. I think we're on the right trend, but not completely away. Some wind reports out of the Minnesota side of this storm, a little lackluster. A lot of 50-mile-per-hour reports in here. That's what most of these dots encompass, from Rochester, Winona, down through Preston to Lisle. 55 here south of Austin, 58 actually. 49, Spring Valley 53, Carmona 63. Okay, so they're a bit stronger. Wind damage around the Lanesboro area. A lot of wind reports up there. Two components that we've seen line up with this cell, with the system, I should say, not cell. And getting in near Cresco, 60 miles per hour. So there's some stronger wind associated with this line as it dips south, especially along that gust front. It looks like it triggered there in Cresco at the gust front. Some of them back further with the thunderstorms themselves. But it looks like that gust front may be running out ahead, and those original updrafts are just kind of disintegrating. They're having troubles. So what I'm talking about here is that gust front, you can kind of extrapolate it even though you don't see it, back to the west here. And if it gets too far out away from the parent thunderstorm, it becomes harder to sustain those thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm for Story, Hardin, Webster, Hamilton, Boone will expire at 12:30. I don't see a plan to reissue at the moment. So over Franklin County right now is where the worst of the conditions are, at least in my local 5 coverage area. Now that we're at 12:30, we have a whole lot of those warnings that have been lopped off. Hey, Peppers, remind me where you're at. I think you set it back up above, but I've since forgotten, if you don't mind. I appreciate that. Just checking in with some of the reports from the National Weather Service. Did we get a new... No, we got a special weather statement. So what in turn has replaced this section from Highway 20 to Highway 30 is a special weather statement. It's saying some wind gusts, saying the 40 to 50 mile per hour range, I'd guess, without pulling it up. Most robust is up here into north central Iowa. Franklin County, and once that gets through, it gets out of the local 5 coverage area, and be interesting to see how these two lines interact with each other going forward. Looking at the velocity, still kind of the strongest over Cerro Gordo there, and then getting into southwestern Floyd County. There's some stronger components showing up there as well. Big question is, will this be a derecho? Well, a derecho, you do need wind to be a certain threshold. It's not necessarily magnitude driven. So I guess what I mean by that is it can be a derecho at 60 miles per hour, or it can be a derecho at 120 miles per hour. But simply calling it a derecho does not necessarily mean we're up there in that 120 mile per hour plateau. As you look at the reports here, I'm not sure we're going to get it done. Pardon me. And I'll just pull up the derecho definition. We need to see wind speeds of 58 miles per hour or greater that extends on a 240 mile per hour length swath. And it used to be 400 miles. I wish they wouldn't have changed that actually. But 240 miles per hour. And I believe there's a criteria where it has to be 60 miles wide going through as well. One second while I look this up here, just see if I can pull something visual up for you. My license plate, by the way, is derecho. Okay, so you need to have, let me merge. Okay. So you need to have winds 58 miles per hour greater for the length of the storm's path. It extends for 240 miles or more. I believe there's a component that suggests width. Must 60 miles right here in the middle, and I can't highlight it. 60 miles. And I don't think we're going to satisfy that. So I'll go back and I just want to show. Let me get my measuring tool out here. And I think we're being generous in including this dot. Okay, so there's 60. And we're at 240, but you definitely lose that 60 mile per hour width through here. We don't have any reports. It could change. I was always told in college, you don't call these derechos until after because the criteria is so difficult, right? The criteria is insanely difficult, but it's not necessarily driven by magnitude of the wind. And I think that perception has been falsely implanted in many minds, and partly due to the 2020 derecho in central Iowa. All right, questions? Jump in on the conversation. Yeah, Jeff, the derecho used to be 400 miles in length. I wish it was. I wish it still was. And up until this spring, the SPC still actually listed their definition of derecho to be 400 miles long. And that since has changed to the 240. Anything for Humboldt, Iowa, asks Rebecca. I haven't heard any significant reports coming out for you. I don't have a significant wind report. If anyone knows differently, please let us know. Oh, that's right, Peppers. You're in Royal, way up there into Clay County. Yeah, you got smacked up there. That is for sure. Thanks for that. Let's look. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what part. There it is. So let's pull the reports up here. Up through Spencer. 92. Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't remember exactly how strong it was. So there was a lot of wind up there in northwestern Iowa. Some really good signatures too. We've lost a lot of the rear inflow, not completely here, but I do think it's starting to take more of a dive southeasterly. Let me take the details off. And it's now oriented that rear inflow more to the south and east. So I think we'll start to see this dive towards Waverly and Waterloo. It's kind of catching the wave incoming from the north, and I think it's starting to make that turn. You have the Cape in here as well. Pepper's Backyard Seasoning, thank you so much. Getting more rain here and more high winds while helping clean up the trees that just knocked down. Won't stop till I hear sirens. Yeah, I don't think you'll see anything else severe. Perhaps a little bit of a wake situation where the wind's kicking up. Yeah, 92 near Spencer, so that's pretty crazy. Let's check out the wind gusts currently. Maybe there's a wake situation there where it's kicking up the wind. I don't think there's any significant wind gusts or significant thunderstorms. No, there's not. I think Storm Lake went down with that 60-mile-per-hour observation. A few, in fact, probably did. Yeah, you'll have some breezy conditions with those showers moving through behind. Just checking in. 32 in Webster City. So that's what we got back west of you, Rebecca. Or, excuse me, southeast of you. 37 in Clarion. Iowa Falls, you're going to get in on the next segment of this storm. Abby asking, that gust front getting to the Iowa Speedway. Still a ways off. You can see it right here. It's that green line. Perry gusting to 36, 47 in Boone. So this gust front is producing some decent little wind coming through, but no longer up to severe. Let me just make sure, yeah. I don't need anyone seeing my passwords. I just inadvertently showed it just to make sure I have the right one in there. Trying to get on my social media on the computer where I can just pull it up on the screen. You said, I was inquiring about a picture from someone, Bailey. So I'm just getting in here to see if I can take a look and see what we've got. All right. Along this line, I'd say anywhere from 40 to 50 mile per hour winds are going to be possible as it extends down. No new warning with that. And it's a cool video, Bailey. Thank you. Why don't I pull it up here? Let me get mixed over. There's that storm rolling into Forest City. Pretty turbulent undersides of the clouds. This is before it actually arrived, I believe. I'm just seeing it for the first time too, so I'm kind of analyzing it with you. Vivid lightning, though, that's one thing we've definitely seen from this northern storm. A lot of lightning, and still is to this hour. Just so much more. Looks like there might be a little bit of impulse around the Iowa Falls area that's worthy of watching. Thanks for the video there, Bailey. I do really appreciate it. Okay, let's get you back to the radar picture. I think if we're going to see some stronger winds, it's about Iowa Falls right now. Personal weather station in Rockwell showing 56 miles per hour, so that's up in the northern Iowa as well. Some small hail too tucked in there. I'm not going to focus on that too much. Floyd County is getting in on the worst of it right now, maybe up through southern Mitchell. So that's the area we'll watch. Yeah, I don't know, Abby. We're on the fence, and that's why I've just never called it one beforehand, because it's so difficult, so difficult. Nate Williams, how's Cedar Rapids looking like? I think by the time this line gets to you, we're sub-severe. In fact, that's kind of the way things are right now. This Boeing segment will dip a little bit further south and east, but should stay on the east side of I-380. So eastern Iowa more so. Hampton gusting to 45. That's a new one. And that's underneath the cell. Let me jump into the La Crosse. La Crosse National Weather Service and just see what the chatter is about with them now that the storms aren't in their area. Okay. Norris Springs, 20 miles per hour is all. Okay. Wabasha County, Lake City area through Zumber Falls, Mazeppa. A lot of rain and winds, and some power lines down. Good wind to do that. La Crosse had a gust to 66. Numerous trees down in Fountain. That's in Fillmore County. Large tree down in South Rushford, also Fillmore County. Just reading back through the chatter here. You want me to take? Yeah, I better take it since we're not on air. All right. You said 20 at 35? Okay, let me get it up. Is it the quad box or the one? Is it the single cam or the quad cam? Okay. Yep. I think I got it. Yep. Thanks. Help up in the booth, alluding to this camera being interesting. What did you see with this one? Is it? Yeah, it's having troubles. It's recycling, that is for sure. What have you seen on it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Nate's in my ear, and we finally got it going. We've seen some winds and the rain blowing past, vivid lightning show. Watch the trees. That's always the first thing I look to, is how impacted are they? I think the worst of it is now further to the east of this area, but maybe about 30 minutes ago, this was longer. Look at the sheets of rain going past. It's always fun to watch too. I don't think we have any more reliable cams back west on 20. I know there's one here, but it's still, and it is not reliable. Negatory. All right. Friends, my numbers are dropping. I'm going to get things onto the loop. I'm not sold that we see any additional severe weather from this storm, and it's now moving out into Butler County. and out of the local 5 area. So I'll go ahead and get to the loop here. If you have any pictures, videos, I'd love to hear and see them. New warning, it does just nick Hardin County. I'll go over those details here for you briefly. This is for 60 mile per hour winds until 145. It does include extreme northeastern Hardin County, but past that, it is moving outside of the local 5 area. To finish what I was saying, if you have any pictures, videos, reports, please shoot me a message, comment in the video. I like to make a point to pass those along to the National Weather Service, but I'll get you back to the loop here. And for everyone in northeastern Iowa, do be prepared for 60 mile per hour winds. Thankfully, we're on the right direction as far as the strength of the wind. It's going down. It was nearly 100 miles per hour in northwestern Iowa, no longer. So take care of yourself if you're into northeastern Iowa. I'm going to get to the loop, and we'll keep you updated if need be here for the rest of the night. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you later.